All right, I'm awake. I haven't had coffee yet, but I'm awake. So, good morning. Morning, Yoren, everybody else. All right, last day of the beta. Servers are up for a few more hours. I need water. Man, those medium blood sacks are a huge upgrade. I almost feel like I could throw away the small blood sacks. Matter of fact, I'm going to. Those are just taking up space. Oh, what am I missing? I'm missing spice-infused dust. Ooh. That is unfortunate. I think we're going to keep all that. And I think we're going to go. Um, let's check this for passives. Oh, but I haven't found a sword master. Yeah, oh, never mind. Oh, wow. 20% reduction on ability cooldowns. I'll take that. That's cool. Yeah, they're happy with their sales and everything else, Sherrard. So, I mean, it is what it is. Like, they've sold several million copies and they didn't expect to have that kind of success. So, you know, it's a great game. I just personally, like I said, I like yourself, I don't have any desire to. I already went and watched streams and spoiled the story for myself because I knew I wasn't going to finish it. No. I don't think I can get there. That was like at the very bottom edge. Yeah, those are all up in areas I can't go to yet. Oh, the UI elements. I don't think I can get there. That's because you've only built a tier 1 storage space, Jay. You're meant to progress. So there's tier 1 storage, there's tier 2 storage, tier 3 storage, tier 4 storage, tier 5 storage. In addition, vehicles have storage units that you can install on them, and they get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So it's meant to be a natural quality of life progression. Yep, I'll be doing both at the same time, Sherrod. As soon as I wrap up this today, I'm going to go back to Days Gone. We're going to wrap up the Days Gone remastered over the next couple of days so that I can be prepped and ready to go for the start of the Doom the Dark Ages and Star Wars Outlaws DLC run. I need to check the times because if we can start the Star Wars DLC... Yeah, I don't know launch times. I know that I'll be playing Doom the Dark Ages on Game Pass. So I won't be able to start that one until 10 a.m. Central Time on the 15th. I have a doctor's appointment at 9:30 on the 15th. If I could start Star Wars Outlaws DLC early, then I'll do that first thing in the morning before my doctor's appointment on the 15th. Otherwise, when I come back from my doctor's appointment, we'll do Doom the Dark Ages first in the morning, and then we'll switch over to do the Star Wars Outlaws DLC in the afternoon. Hang on, guys. I'm hearing horrible noises out here. Shit. Not a great place to go AFK. Wife was having some problems with stuff. Hang on, I need to get away from her. Are they continuing to chase me? Back door. She was having problems with the back door not opening. No, get back on the bike. Get back on the bike. Don't want to lose my stuff. What happens when you die in the game? Some of your stuff. Woo, a little too close for comfort. Some of your inventory lays where you died, and you have to come back and get it if you want it. God, I'm gonna risk it. Yep, it is a survival game. No, you go away, Mr. Worm. Shit, we're gonna get caught. They're not wanting to move on. Well, I'm hesitant to go up top until they move away. Someone asked, is this game like World of Warcraft and Lord of the Rings Online? No. Only in the sense that it has an online multiplayer component, so if you want to join up and play with other players, you can. That's the only similarity that I would draw between them, is that it has an online persistent server state, and you could group up with other players, if you want. Somewhere up there is the entrance to... Imperial Testing Station number 2. Well, we might be. We're right at the border of the beta wall. Yep, you can absolutely choose between Harkonnen and Atreides. My character has already made the choice to join the Atreides faction. There's a whole series of storyline quests related to each side. There's also betrayal quests if you decide to betray. Oh, there they are. Look at them, the Sardaukar down there. Let's see if they can figure out how to get up here to me. Oh yeah, they can definitely figure out how to get up here. One of them was shielded. I don't know where. Oh, he fell. He took fall damage. Oh, no, he didn't. Where did he go? Somebody was shooting. Let's see the bitch. Oh, I think she's stuck in the... Haha! Beta bug! She's stuck in the, in that harvesting node. Oh, damn it, they're back? No! Shit. Bad place to be. Bad place to be. So screwed. Hide. No house controls anything. This is not the book. This is an alternate timeline, so it's completely different than the book of the films. Let's go into crafting and make heal kits. Just make them all. Please define the question, is melee any better? Any better than what? I'm not understanding that question. So it says it's up. Man, I do not know where the entrance. This might be the path up. Oh, it looks like it is. Our Imperial testing station says it's this way. Fortunately, we're in the bright day of the sun now. Meters that way, but down. That looks like a cave entrance. The entrance is pointing down. Oh, found it. Alright. Back up because of the sun here. Alright. I have a quest to go in here, so...
I see someone.
Alright, I don't see any immediate...
Who's there?
I heard him. Where's he at?
Who's that?
Who's
Shields
that?
up. I need help.
Oh, there he is.
I'm coming.
I'm in the sun, it's not where I want to be. Okay, let's get inside. Get out of the sun. Alright, Imperial Station number 10. I actually tried to find my way over here the other day and I couldn't find the entrance, so I was like, I wonder if you can't get into this one during the beta. But it's right at the edge of the beta map. I just had to come around the base of the mountain.
Found you.
Alright, slowly but surely. That's one might be bugged. Yeah, I think that one's bugged. I can't seem to attack it. Well, as long as it stays in that one place, we should be okay. But I do need to make some more ammo. Oh, did you get out of your spot? Nope. You. Wonder if I can take you out melee. Probably not. Oh. Oh, that might be another player. Ha 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 ha. That's another player. Never mind. I'm not bugged. That was another player. It's PvE, so you can't. It's just another player. I was like, but they have shields. Oh, that's funny. I totally thought it was another NPC. I was like, it's gotta be bugged. That's funny shit. Alright, kill Ina Healer.
Welcome to Imperial Desert Botanical Testing Station number 10. I am Dr. Silas Grealish, director of this facility. Our goal here at DBTS-10 is to find and develop flora which can flourish in the iron-rich soils of this corner of Arrakis. Our initial focus is the introduction of Velvetia, Ephedra, and Aloidendron species, which we deem the most likely adapters. But within these protected walls, we will also cultivate a variety of species from across the Imperium. The ultimate goal will be to seed the planet with species capable of thriving in the wild, without the benefit of the water provided by our wind trap condensation system.
Okay, this is all book, very, very book appropriate, very lore appropriate for the books. Because that other player just came through here, there might not be mobs up at the moment, which is okay. Just work our way through slowly but surely. Go that way later.
Attention, all of you. Yesterday in Harko village, Crystal referred to me as Imanbrech Healer. How hard can it be to remember this simple rule? No military title. We take a risk every time we need to enter settlement. A slip up like this could easily be the death of us all. Make sure every one of you hears this message and understand it. Crystal will not be returning to us. There will be an auction for his gear.
A little bit strict, but makes sense.
Who goes there?
Oh, somebody's in here.
Enemy found.
Followed me down. I might have to try some of those med kits that they've given me that the Fremen drop. Just don't move. Ahora no puedo, ahora no puedo. Dame chance, dame chance. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Por qué humo? No hay manera de entrar al aire. La ventana nada más. Okay. ¿Cómo? Okay. Un segundo. Sí, sí, sí. Sí puedo, pero solo sentado como así. Si me paro, no pueden ver. Sorry, guys. Wife's talking stuff. I thought that was another player for a minute. I was just letting him do his thing. Somebody's burning a section of the forest, so I guess outside it's just full of smoke right now. And she was coming into the office to ask if I was smelling the smoke inside the office. I probably should break these down because I am running low on scavenged metal for ammo. I don't play against other players. There's no... So the PvP in this game is 100% optional. You do not have to participate in PvP if you don't want to, and I do not want to. It's that simple. I play this game 99.9% solo, and I will occasionally group up with friends like Babylonia and community members. But I will never play PvP because I hate PvP. So I am 100% a solo Care Bear. PvP is turned off. There are shipwrecks that you can go into where the PvP is turned on. You can ignore those places entirely, which is what I do. Don't go into the shipwrecks. You don't have to worry about it. Outside of that, the only PvP is in the deep desert, which is the end game, and that's entirely optional, not related to the main story. Other players do not impact me or my enjoyment.
Eyes on enemy. Who's that?
I keep forgetting I have the Spice Prescience abilities too, which I haven't really used much.
Shield up.
Shit, big boy, big boy. Dude, this place is big. I need more coffee, but I'm terrified to go get more coffee in the middle of a dungeon.
Mikhail, it's clear we need more people with mechanical expertise if we are to meet the quotas set by our new bosses. We have too many here who can't handle anything more complicated than trigger. They can be our field men and our muscle, but we need skilled hands. So you and I will need to do some recruiting. There are plenty like us who have chosen to leave the service of the great houses. We must find those among them with vehicle maintenance experience.
Oh, so they're doing like
That includes
they went
former
freelance.
Atreides troopers. Yes, I know. Bad
mercenaries.
blood. But We have more in common with Atreides deserters than we do with our old comrades. Anyone who can't see past old grudges won't have a place here.
Oh, you know what I forgot to do before we get down here? I forgot to put a respawn beacon up. If I die down here, I'm a long way away from anything. Oh, I just thought about that. I completely forgot to put a respawn beacon. Oh no. Get away from me. That's an incentive to not die down here. Oh shit, there's another shielder. Let me try one of those Frem kit things, because I have one. So I'm not spending all my bandages, because I'm running low on bandages. Can I make any more, actually? I don't know that I have enough supplies to make more bandages. Alright, we can go down for sure. Fuck, we can also go through here.
Here are this week's notes from our market contacts. Working anti-dust filtration systems.
Ah!
High demand areas. Those from one-man ground cars are valuable, but large numbers refuse. Ground cars and tunnel launches are fetched with better prices. Stick to Chome's tunnel launches and custom dedicated units.
This guy has a lot of hit points, my goodness. Or a lot of armor.
Won't touch them. Make sure our acquisition agents are aware of this. The market for scrap metal is nearly glutted because of competition from scavengers in the Hawk Basin. But there is still a strong market for copper, aluminum, and plus steel components. It'll be worth our effort to break down larger mechanisms to acquire those materials. Do not forget to pass on last week's tallies as soon as you have completed them.
Okay. There was two ways to go down. There was a way down here and also a way down over here. I'm gonna start over here. Maybe I can't. This might actually not go anywhere. Dude, these dungeons are nice. Like, these are pretty solid, big entries. be another one somewhere. Partially finished sandbag. I don't need any water, so I'm going to ignore that for now. What I don't have is, like, I'm just running around in my still suit. Like, I don't have any armor on or anything. Would have been better to come down here with armor. But I was making such a long distance journey this morning that I kind of didn't think about it. Shit. I need to get another rifle because the cartridge on this thing is way too small. The magazine. Hang on, there were some darts in that. Oh, damn it. I hate it when that happens. Fall back, fall back, fall back, fall back. I've got an animation bug on my character. That's awesome. Nothing in here. Looks like there's a room up here. Oh, I think that's the room I came down past earlier. It was like a desk platform type thing. Alright, we got a little antechamber here.
I cannot believe this. It's an outrage, an academic outrage. Our work has barely begun here, and the research is progressing splendidly. But today I am informed that our facility is to be expanded to provide a maintenance station for equipment and vehicles from dozens of testing stations. How are we supposed to work with that going on? The noise, the fumes, the ignorant bondsman workers poking about. Maddening.
First world problems, brother. Alright. Nothing else in here. Okay. That's where I came from. This is where we're going. Oh, left or right? Never a good decision. Let's go left. Okay. Oh, my backpack's full. Yeah, I may need to drop some shit. I don't need. Let's drop the iron ore. Ooh, a Mark III buggy booster. That's interesting. Yeah, these shields I don't need. I will keep the Dew repeater breakdown because I'll get some spice dust out of that. Oh, we got our first green door. Okay. Well, I can see multiple guys behind this door. This is going to be the try or die scenario here because I did not pop a respawn beacon at the beginning of this dungeon. So if I die here, it is a long way back across the desert. What's up, JP? So, this is gonna suck. I don't know how many of these guys have shields. No! And then right when I came in here, I got the firing bug where I can't fire with my rifle. Oh, this sucks. This is beautiful. Haha! It's the first time I've gotten that bug this morning. Let's see if it's affecting the pistol or just the mechanic. Oh, I'm good with this one. It's just my automatic was not working. No, now it's working again. Okay, we're good. Oh, I hear guys behind me too. Oh, wow, we got guys from everywhere. He's still coming. Shit! God, she got me.
Found them.
You're down. Are we safe? Nope, there's still somebody over there. Oh, that's a sniper. Somebody's shooting. I got him. Who's hucking grenades at me? I still keep forgetting about my spice prescience abilities, man. I feel like when I was playing, God, like I always forget my focus in Days Gone. Oh shit, there's. And then like I was always forgetting my companions in. Forgetting my companions in Dragon Age Veilguard. Oh, your shield's back up? That's not good. There's another one? Oh my god. We're gonna want to stay away from you. They'll pop the shield buster ability if I'm not mistaken. Ah, that right there. Shit.
Sensitive weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Finally. Access granted. I think that was the last one. Yay! The door's open. Oh my god. That was like, I don't know how many mobs that was. That was a lot. I chewed through a ton of ammo. I wonder, I mean, I could run around and loot up. I don't know if there's anything down below that's worthwhile. The door's open. That's the main thing. Let's see if there's any chests down there. Oh, there's a buggy. Well, technically they're all designed for solo play, Dribom. My problem is I keep forgetting, excuse me, I keep forgetting to use my Spice Prescience abilities. They showed this dungeon off in one of the combat videos they did for the live streams, and the person who came in here was much better equipped, and he had a much better time. He had, like, you also have to think, I'm not in my combat gear. I came in here in my exploration gear, which is not ideal. My exploration gear doesn't give me any stats, any stat bonuses for combat, or resists. So I'm kind of not doing this the way you're supposed to do it. I came in here without backup gear. I didn't put a respawn thing at the front of the door. I'm still. This is a tier 1 gun. This is a tier 2 dungeon. So yeah, it's when that guy did it during the live stream, this place was much easier for him because he had better gear. And he had like a scatter gun. I don't have a scatter gun. Oh shit! What's up, JK? But I think all of these places, to be honest, oh no, big boy, big boy. All of these places, like if I had the choice, like running, like when I ran it with Babylonia, like running these with a friend or two is going to be ideal. What do I have that's blocking my abilities? I need to run away. I think I got the bug. Yep, I can't pull my weapon out. Any of my weapons. Oh no. Not a good time to get that bug. I might not be able to defeat this guy if I can't pull my weapons. There it goes. It cleared. Run. Do I not have any more? I definitely need the ammo. Fuck it, I'll just make my own ammo. Okay. This place is quite large. Compared to the other Imperial testing stations we've done. Am I at my volume? I'm at my volume. What am I at volume on, I wonder? Let's drop that fuel cell. I could probably drop the flour sand too. Drop those iron ingots. What are these? Are these weighing a lot? Probably. I want to hold on to complex machinery. Those are hard to find. Silicone blocks I can make at home. I'll hold on to them though. Drop the power pack. Drop the power pack. Alright. All the other things are crafting mats, which I definitely want to hold on to. Matter of fact, I think there was... Yeah. Man, I need some more coffee so desperately, and I'm terrified to leave this place. It's a dungeon. We still haven't even gotten to the boss yet. And if I eat shit on the boss, and I have to respawn all the way across the desert, I'm gonna be like, fuck! We're getting close. There's a door right here, and I think according to the waypoint, it's 50 meters away. So the boss has got to be right beyond this door. The problem is if the boss has ads. If the boss has ads, I may be screwed. Boss has friends! Boss has friends! Self-revive! 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 Run! Run! Thank God for shields! I need to place the hunker down. I need some place to hunker down. Drop my turret right here. Get away from me. Okay, one down. I need a chance to switch. Okay. That guy's not dead yet. Just stay away. Stay away! No! 5 seconds on my turret. Just stay the fuck away. I don't have time to switch to my... This is... Oh, I forgot. Hold up. How do I... Alright, we survived. I don't know how to use... Is it based on my melee abilities? I popped my prescience. Okay. Probably too late to pop my prescience, and I don't quite understand... Look at his cloak, that's awesome. My presence, I'm guessing because when I did the quest, when I did the trial, it gave me like special melee abilities. And I think this time it just looks like it enhances my existing abilities as opposed to giving me new abilities. I was thinking that it gave me new abilities that you could use. Alright, I survived. Oh no, come back. I want to trigger that.
Friend Ina Hiller, late Immenberg Hiller of the Harkonnen House forces, the Turiel sends greetings.
Can I untoggle it?
Surprised that we know your identity.
No, it just stays
But
on
the
for a
hands
while.
of Turiel, whom I represent, know many things. For instance, we know that you and your band of deserters recently ousted a gang of vehicle thieves from one of the ancient testing stations in the Familius Gap. Congratulations. I'm certain that the station will make a fine hiding place for former soldiers such as yourselves. But there is a small problem. You see, those thieves were in our employ. They acquired vehicles and broke them down before passing the components on to our brokers. Ordinarily, such a loss would earn you the enmity of my organization. Something I can assure you, you do not want. But
There's a typo there. It says
perfectly
something you do
candid,
want.
our former agents were less efficient in their tasks than we had hoped. Therefore, I would like to propose a deal which I am certain both sides will find beneficial. You and your followers will take over the task of acquiring vehicles and breaking them down for us. If you meet agreed upon quotas, you are welcome to occupy our valuable property. I'm certain you can see the benefits of becoming our agents. If not, I'm also certain that your former employers would be happy to learn of your current whereabouts.
Nice.
I look forward to your timely reply.
Well, the Hand of Turiel doesn't sound like someone you want to fuck with. Oh, there's a purple identification band. Oh, I gotta make room. Let's... Oh no, I've got room. Loot up. I got Knight Rider Sandbike Boost Pack. Mania's Gauntlets. Fuck yeah, I got some cool stuff out of that box, baby. But of course, now I gotta make it back to my base to be able to to be able to take advantage of it. Or at least the Anvil trading post. Well, that was by far, so that was Imperial Tasting Station number 10, which I think technically is the second one you would do if you did it in order. I actually did 2 others before I came here. I think this is the way out. So I did them in reverse. Somebody blew something up. So I'm suffering spice withdrawals right now. Drugs are bad. Okay. Pretty sure there were still guys waiting out here.
Shield up! Here's my reinforcements!
I'm out.
So the constant bandaging is because I didn't wear combat gear. So their weapons just shred right through me. Okay, I gotta get the fuck out of here and get back to Anvil Station. Let's get around the corner here. Oh, I got that sheath unsheath bug. It's not letting me pull my bike. And we got Sardaukar. Fuck, this is not the right time to get Sardaukar when I'm bugged out. Let's see if I can hide over here away from their spotlight. I need to find a little crag in the rocks or someplace where I can quickly log to character select because I'm not going to be able to clear that that bug. Honestly, this should be okay right here. All right. That was intense, everybody. definitely like I think it drives home like I survived, but definitely drives home the need to make sure that you have combat gear before you go into the Imperial testing stations because I was getting shredded. I went through probably 100 bandages that whole dungeon. The reason being I didn't have any slashing, dart, piercing resistances or explosion resistances because the still suit has no damage protection. Um, yeah, so that would be a good thing to get done would be to make a set of gear, and knowing that it's going to change how I approach when I go to play the live game. Okay, we need to get back to looks like we can go north and just follow the edge of the beta wall maybe. Hopefully I don't get screwed by a worm. Jump sand, jump sand, jump sand. Fuck, I wasn't paying attention. I'm so screwed. Error message. Don't give me an error message. Now is not the time to get an error message. Oh no. I'm out in the middle of the desert and I'm gonna get eaten by a worm. I'm gonna get eaten by a worm. Boost. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't overheat. Don't overheat. Just go, 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 go. We gotta make it. We gotta make it. We gotta make it to that rock outcropping. Fuck me. Don't turn around. Don't turn around. No! Tell me I'm gonna make it. Tell me I'm gonna make it. Tell me I'm gonna make it. Oh, I fucking made it! In your face, Shy Halud! Oh! Oh! I need to take a moment and wipe my pants. I need to take a moment and clean my shorts. It went into the wide POV, which is when the worm is literally seconds away from eating you. Oh, piss off! Piss off! I'm not in the mood to fight anybody right now. Where is... I'm at the wrong place. I needed to go north. I think. Where's... Yeah, I need to go north to get to the... Dude, he's following me across the desert. Get the fuck out of here. I'm not sure what this place is. My sand bike is in dire need of, like, I'm gonna need a new engine. I might be able to repair when I get up to the station. I can't believe I made it past the worm. Oh, come on now. Yeah, Astral, it was intense for sure. That was almost deadly. Alright, where's the garage up in here? I'd like to go into the garage as opposed to unspawning because I need to do some repairs really quick. I think I have my welding kit on me. This is the tricky part, is like targeting the bits and pieces that need to be repaired. Oh, oh, there we go. There we go. That's the part that needs the most repair right there, is the motor. Alright, I think we have repaired that all we can. Refuel it. Yep, I'm as repaired as I can be. What does not kill you only makes you pee your pants. It's very true. Now I should be able to contact the contract issuer now. Well done. Without Hilla running the show, her followers soon falter. For now, it's enough. The loan is worth the price of your payment. What did I get as a reward? You know, that's one thing I wish it would happen. I wish it would do a pop-up on screen that shows you what rewards you get, or have a way to quickly and easily see in your inventory what are new items. Because you're getting rewards from those quests, and I often have no clue what the rewards were. Sometimes it's Solaris, sometimes it's like a weapon, sometimes it's a piece of armor. Like, I have no idea what I just got as a reward. Like, no clue. Could have been some cosmetic swatches or some crafting components. No idea. All right. I need more coffee. That was I'm running on 1 cup. I'll be back. I can actually learn that recipe here, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Alright, we should be good now to go back to our home base. Double check the merchant, see if there's anything I want to buy before I go back.
Still alive? Not too bad. We had a bet going.
You always this charming?
Friendly banter ain't worth the spit it costs in the gap. Get tough or get dead. Sooner you learn that, the later you'll croak.
I was hoping you'd introduce yourself.
And I was hoping to retire 10 years ago. Name's Tig. I run this LO. Any other burning questions?
I love your coat. What's your story?
Used to run spies for the Arks. Got tired of them. Got tired of taking orders. Sandflies wanted me, but I can't stomach their muling politics.
Sandflies?
Who? Not what. Lazy bastards, a lot of them. Hold up in the shield wall. Want to wage without doing the work. Give the rest of us Dune a bad name. Guess that's not illegal.
Okay, I'm actually going to buy his cosmetic set. I think I have enough gear to do so. How do you sort? Price, alphabetical, unsorted? Oh, it's unsorted. Ah, inventory full. God damn it. It's full volume-wise, not full... Okay, let's drop the gun. I could drop some bandages.
Still alive? Not too bad. We had a bet going.
Oh shit, I bought two. I'm an idiot. It told me that I owned one and I still accidentally bought a second one. Where's it at? Oh, it sells it. He sells it for 1,000 and only buys it for 50. What a douche. You know, this all needs to, like, it needs to be grayed out when you, or like, I don't know. It does say owned one. Damn it, I did it again. How is this fucking, like, I'm clicking on the gloves and it's not doing it. This needs some work. Yeah, this definitely needs some work. I'm complaining now, guys. Click the casual gloves to select it. It's almost like there's a delay on the controller. That because it goes purple when it's selected. All right, so I own the shoes. I own the gloves. I own the pants and the shirt. let's try this out. So I can equip that, equip that, equip that, equip that. However, I still have the headpiece. Like, I still have my, I guess I would have to just manually unequip it. So that's like a cosmetic set. That you can have for, like, walking around in town and
Still
stuff.
alive. Not too bad. We had a bet going.
I have no additional funding. Make sure that there's no other pieces for that. Oh, casual. Why does it say I own 0? I literally am wearing them, but it says owned 0. That is a bug. I gotta, where's my note? That needs to be written down for the team. Merchant anvil shows 0 clothing items owned despite owning and wearing. Flag appears invalid when wearing and only valid when might not be a bug, that just might just be a quality of life thing they have to fix in inventory. Because what it's doing is it's flagging the items when they're in your inventory, but when you're wearing them, it doesn't flag them. I don't know that that's necessarily a bug. Could just be a quality of life thing where they don't have the flagging system properly working. Okay. Yeah, it's only counting the items in the inventory. Alright. Now I need to make it back to my house because we are gonna go do some more crafting this morning. I still can't believe how close I came to eating it to the worm on my bike earlier. That was by far my closest call. Starting to see all sorts of player bases all around us. I think we've gone past about 15 player bases now. Means my server is quite active. Those are all player bases. Someone said they saw me, and I don't know if they're telling the truth or if they're just making an assumption. Someone said they caught, because I did my tour of my base yesterday, they said they saw me building my base during yesterday's stream while watching Shroud's stream. I guess he was running around, and they said that he ran by my base and was stopping and talking about base building. I have no idea if that's legit or not, but if so, cool. I know they're pulling out all the stops, getting big streamers to come play. All right. First and foremost, top off the gas tank here, drop off some blood. Some iron ingots. Yeah, I did shoot at someone. That's true. Let's see here. Yeah, the menu, that needs some work for sure. There's definitely some quality of life stuff that could use a lot of work. I think that's all the goodies I need to stash. now we can start doing some interior decorations. Yay! I kind of did a little bit yesterday, but I want to, just because I was recording that video. I want to move this back just a little. What other object is blocking it? Come on now. I'm gonna need some light in here, I think, to be able to see what I'm doing. Man, it's really hard to determine where these ceiling lights will go, or these hover lights, you know? Like, can I put it on the desk? Oops. What would that look like if I put it on the desk? Can I do that? Like a light bar on the desk? That looks cool visually. I don't know that it actually gave me any light, though. Because it only does, but I think it still looks cool as a visual element to just add a little bit of life to the desk. Kind of cool. I can dig it. Customizing my desks. All right. I do want to put like a couple of these on the side here. All right, so we have a very well lit workstation. I'm gonna move this downstairs. My bike's in the way is the problem. I mean, yeah, you can keep an eye on what players are throwing away for sure. But ideally, you would never just abandon a base. But some people might not know that you can demolish the base and get your stuff back from it. But to me, that would be a lesson in futility and like rolling around and trying to find bases that are like abandoned because I can just as quickly go get resources. Like it's not that hard to get resources. A little time consuming, but not difficult per se. I wish there was a way to do this like symmetrically. Like grids. I would love grids for like placing interior decoration items with a snap to component. What do you mean there's not enough support? That was 2 up. Oh, it's because it's not like a very... I see what's going on. Because it's uneven rock surface. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I would have to go play it again to remind myself of what the Fallout 76 and Fallout 4 systems are like. But anything with a grid system is gonna get my vote. To be able to just see what I'm doing. Oh, am I out of something? Oh, I'm out of salvaged metal. Um, oh, I know I can go get some outside here really quick. be a scannable something over here.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
It's not very even. Oh no.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
So that gives me lighting all the way around. They need some ceiling lights too, but all they give us are these, well, at least with this particular set, is you get these suspension lights, dispenser lamps, and they're really stinking difficult to place. This is what I mean by, like, if I want to put it right up here, you can't. There's no way to, like, place it. It really needs, the interior decoration stuff needs some love. Oh, I need granite to make furniture. Great. So we're gonna have to go out and do more granite harvesting. I probably have a whole bunch of granite stashed in the chests at the other place, so we can do that. Let's go get our granite. Come back. Actually, before I do anything, you sir, come with me. I think I stashed it in this chest. I did, but I don't have that much. Definitely need some, oops, come here. I need some more plant fibers too to make like the rugs and stuff. don't really need iron right now. Yep, sometime this afternoon. I think around. They've got times up. I can't do conversions right now, and I don't know off the top of my head. But it's publicly posted. Yeah, it's like if you're on the U.S., it's like I don't know if you're U.S. or European, but I think it's like 3 p.m. my time or something. I need to go check. But yeah, they're still up for like another. I think like another. I don't know what time it is right now, to be honest with you. It is 6:40 my time, so the servers are up for like another 7-ish hours, I think. Don't quote me on that. But I think they're up until midnight on, what is it, Oslo is where they're located, so, which is like 3 p.m. my time because they're 7 or 8 hours ahead of me, so something like that, so. Can I put this ottoman on top of that? No, but I bet I could put a bed to cover that. That rug would look really out of place to put it there. I can make that work though, can't I? The rug really tied the place together, man. The reason I want to place it, I don't have enough plant fibers, is I want to cover that rock outcropping. It's all good. I don't need to worry about it. Man, I'm gonna have to fine tune this with the... Oh, I'm on the wrong mouse. Hang on, I gotta get the other mouse. That looks good coming out of the rock. It's like a little feature. Oh, there's a bookshelf too. A wall partition. Drawers. Let's put the bed right here. Now we'll put it against the wall. It's not quite symmetrical. It's now it's a little too much, I think. I mean, that's close enough. Looks good from my house. I don't know how these work. Wall partition. Okay, that's interesting. What's the height on that? Does it match up with the... Yeah, I don't know how those work. It says wall partition. I would almost want to place those as like wall decorations. What if I did this on the outside of the stairs coming out? See, this is where I wish there was snapping. You see what I mean? Like, there's no snapping in place for interior deco. Deco, whatever. Because it would be, like, I can't make those line up. So look at that. It's like staggered. Yeah, they need to add some matter of fact, I'm gonna go type this into the Discord really quick for some feedback. It's gonna block my views out over the Sand is the only problem with this right here. That sort of aligns with the wall. Now can I make it do the same thing over here? Close enough. No one's gonna see that. However, I am gonna see that right there. Because it's not centered under the light. All right, we gotta fix this. Thanks, Grodius. Appreciate it. Let's just move you over here for now. Still not quite centered. I might not be able to because of the rock right there. Yeah, I think that's as close as I'm gonna be able to get it. It's not gonna be perfectly symmetrical, but I think that's gonna be a fake it till you make it type thing. Because it's just not gonna let me get it because of the raw. Oh, I can get it slightly. That might work. Oh, that's a little bit better. Come on now. Come on, you can do it. That's really freaking close. Just gonna move it over just a skosh. That's not bad. Alright, and then that's aligned with the edge of the window. Can I get this to align with the edge of the window? Oh. It was really close. Oh, come on, you can make it happen. Alright, that's pretty close to centered and symmetrical. Close. It's not perfect. Yeah, they definitely. I just went and dropped it in our. We have a creator Discord, and I was like, I know other people have mentioned it too. And I'm like, I'm seconding my voice that we need some sort of like snap to feature for your interior decorations, because not only that, but like if you notice, like the lights here are at weird angles because this is like stone. It's got the it makes sense. But yeah, this is weird because here's what it did over here. Look at how this is popped it at a weird angle because of the light. So I would need to, like, if I wanted to do it uniformly, I have to drop it down underneath the line, which is not where I want it. I want it to be centered on that line, and even still, it's still popped out at a weird angle because those blocks where they join together are ununiform. It's all good. I mean, I'm trying. probably the better option to do here would be to drop this down on top of, like, somehow place it, like, nah, see, it's still being popped out at a weird angle because of the, um, so it is what it is. Like I said, we're just playing around with stuff here in beta. There's other building sets that I haven't played around with yet. So this just may not be, we were talking about this yesterday. I'm not going to be using this particular, like I won't be building this early when we get into the live game because, can I not place it on top of the, because there's no point for me personally. I'm going to wait till I do the Atreides, um, faction set before I worry about doing too much building. Thank you, baby. Thank you. Thank you. All right, gracias. Bacon, eggs, and beans. Breakfast is served. Now we're going to move into the ASMR mukbang portion of the stream, kids. Oh, and fresh tortillas. Let's let that cool down just a second. I think that gives us some fun lighting. All right, next up I can work on making like a little social nook section. But I gotta eat some breakfast first. And then as soon as I finish eating here, we're gonna start figuring out how to place furniture, those couches and stuff. But on live, I don't think I'm going to worry about building any big structures until I get to the Atreides. I will build a functional base. Then again, you have to build things so big for placement of your cisterns and your hangar bays and everything else. I might. You never know. Nice crispy bacon. It's the only vehicle in the beta, yes, Howie. Well, the good news for people wanting to play more is that the game's going to launch here in about a month, so... No, I have not. I have not finished Expedition 33, and I will not be finishing Expedition 33 because I have no desire to struggle bust my way through Dark Souls combat. Because the game is not turn-based like I thought it was. It's a turn-based hybrid, and I was not having fun with those elements because even the story mode was still way too difficult. So, nope, I abandoned the playthrough. Does not mean it is a bad game. I think Expedition 33 is a fucking amazing game. The story was amazing. The combat was not for me. So don't take that out of context, people. I'm not saying it was a bad game. I chose to stop playing it because I don't enjoy precision-based parry, 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 dodge, dodge, dodge. And if you miss a button press, you get instantly killed. I don't like those types of games. I don't play Elden Ring and Dark Souls for a reason. I had a great time with the storyline, the voice acting, the visuals. But every time I had to go up against a boss mob, and I would die to a missed button press, or it would go to phase 2 after 45 minutes of struggle buzzing my way through, and I'd be like, yeah, I beat it, and then it goes to phase 2 and I die, and I'm expected to repeat 45 minutes of combat, you lost me. It's not for me. But it's a great game, just not. It's like Elden Ring, one game of the year. Great game, not for me. Yeah, exactly, JP. Great game to watch. Like, I'll watch people play Elden Ring. I have no desire to do it myself. Yeah, but the difference, Lieutenant Dan, the difference is that story mode, the story mode in Jedi Survivor and Jedi Fallen Order is actually story mode. Like, you can miss the parries, you can miss the dodges, and it doesn't really impact you. Story mode in Expedition 33, even on story mode, if you miss a single button press, instant kill. Instant kill. Like, that's not story mode to me. Story mode is, I'm fighting the boss mob, I'm not very good at combat, you've offered me a story mode difficulty, I'm playing that story mode difficulty, I should be able to take 5, 6, 7 hits, whatever, from the boss mob. An instant kill should only happen on, like, hardcore mode. Like, I should only get instant killed with one hit on the hard mode of the game. If you have offered me a story version, a story mode of your game, then that needs to be the casual, easy, I'm taking 75% reduced damage, I'm not instantly dying because I missed a button press because my cat came in, or my wife said, hey Tim, do you need something? Or I got to reach over and answer my phone. Like something that distracted me and I wasn't able to hit the button perfectly. So that's why I quit playing, because it was like, it's not a story mode. Like, the moment I died, that one encounter, I don't even remember which one. It wasn't even a boss mob. It was like just a new mob that we came across, and I died because I missed a block, and it instantly killed my character, and I had full health. Like, I was 100% health, and I missed the block or the jump or whatever it was, and it instantly killed. I was like, nope, I'm done. No. And like the stage 2 on so many of those bosses, when it was like 20 minutes into a fight, 30 minutes into a fight, and then suddenly we're in a phase 2, it's like, I'm done. I'm done. How many trips did you have to make to move your base from Star to Northern Area? One trip. Because I built my advanced sub-fief before I left. Then I demolished my house to the ground. I grabbed all of the materials from the house that I just demolished, and I moved those materials north, built a blueprint before I left, and when I got north, dropped the blueprint down, and quickly and easily got my base up. So, one trip was all it took. Yeah. The Solido, I forget what it's called now. It's the Solido extractor thingy. Allows you to make a blueprint. Excuse me. So, made a blueprint, broke everything down, stashed it in my inventory and in my bike. I wasn't able to take everything because of volume limits, but I was able to get pretty much everything I needed. And put all that stuff in my bike inventory and in my personal inventory, and then I hoofed it north, dropped the blueprint, built everything, and I was up and going in like 10 minutes. Because you just have to rebuild your interior things. Now, when I did it the first time, um, which I think was sometime in closed beta, I made like 3 trips because I didn't have the solid replicator. But since I learned about the replicator, it was like I'm just gonna take the replicator and just do it all in one go. But that's the difference between having played it for the first time versus having played it multiple times now is the little things you learn, which we'll be covering in additional guides as we continue to get deeper into things. How big is the bank inventory? I don't know that I've ever gotten to the bank. Um, I just use all my own storage, so I have no clue about the bank storage. I don't even know if there is a bank. Yeah, that's a good question. I have no idea. All right. Next, the furniture. Oh, what do I need? I do not have enough granite. We're gonna have to go harvesting. You cannot, I'm pretty sure off the top of my head, you cannot have any items in the inventory of your bank if you want to stash it in your, whatchamacallit, thingy here. The vehicle backup tool. I don't think you can stash a vehicle in the vehicle backup tool if it has something in the inventory. We can test it really quick. Oh, I don't have a, never mind. I don't have an inventory module on this to test said feature. So I have no idea. I'm pretty sure I tried it once before and you can't stash it when there's inventory items in it. Has to be an empty vehicle. Yeah, I vaguely remember them saying something about banks, Daniel, but if it is, it's going to be an Arakeen or New Carthage or whatever it's called, the Harkonnen. I don't know what the Harkonnen city's called because I don't ever play Harkonnen. All right, well, I need to go harvest more granite, but before we do that, I've got to take my plate back to the kitchen. I'll be right back. You should always have backup gear and a backup bike. Because accidents can happen and you can lose your stuff. It's not required. I've yet to lose a bike. I came really close to losing a bike today, though. Really close. I mean, I almost got ate by the worm earlier today. Like, way too close for comfort. And I would have been up shit creek had I lost the bike, because you lose everything to the worm. And I was on my way back from a dungeon run, full up on loot. Those guys are coming around. I should probably just turn around. Nope. You do not get more backpack inventory. What you get is enhanced storage containers in your home and storage containers for your vehicles. So you make a conscious decision what modules you're going to put on your vehicles. I have a jetpack module on my bike rather than a inventory module. You can also get a companion module if you're going to roll around with a friend. It'll happen, Chris Decker. Nothing is faster than the worm. I'm gonna have to use the mouse and keyboard to get the placement that I want on this. This is what I was talking about. Like, they need snapping in a bad way to make this work. Has he mentioned that? I haven't heard that yet. That's good to know if they are. Oh, I haven't gone through the Reddit AMA yet. Yeah, I don't think that that's why I didn't pay attention to the AMA because it wasn't. It's You're not going to be getting any new information out of these guys at this point. No, not you personally. I mean, people in general. Like they've already got the DLCs planned and mapped out, and the game is what it is. So, right, exactly, JD. Like we're basically treat this like any other MMO or online game that's ever come out in the sense that it's going to be starting, here, and then any live service game gets better over time. They always do. Like features get added, quality of life gets added. They get 6 months deep and they go, "Oh, that's not working the way we thought it would work." Because millions of players have decided they're going to do this instead of what we thought they were going to do or what we wanted them to do, and so stuff goes out the window. That's why I don't, I've been blessed to have been a part of the closed beta now for like about a year. Um, but stuff changes all the time, so I just roll with it. It's like it is what it is. I'm just gonna sit here and have fun with whatever they put out. But the AMA for me, I didn't pay attention to it because it was like I didn't see them talking about anything in that AMA that was stuff that I didn't already know. But on the flip side, I didn't know that they talked about snapping. So if they did talk about snapping, that's cool because I hadn't heard that. I hadn't heard that they were working on that. I could give two shits about the end game. I don't play end game in any of the games I play, so it's not part of my agenda. It doesn't impact my enjoyment. Nor does it have anything to do with my plans. I play these games. I'm gonna play this the exact same way I played Star Wars: Old Republic, Lord of the Rings Online. I play them as single-player RPGs that I dip into when I have free time in between major releases that are single-player RPGs. So I play a shitload of games. I don't participate in group-based content. I don't do matchmaking. I don't do any of that stuff. I play for me and me alone. So I'm only worried about the solo journey. I'm only worried about the story, the crafting, the survival, the base building, PvP. Don't give two shits. We'll probably never do the deep desert ever. Um, I shouldn't say never. I might eventually go try it out just to try it out and see. And there might be resources, but I would much rather um, just go buy the resources off of the market. I don't need any of that stuff. You can betray the original faction that you start with, as I understand it. But it's a permanent decision, so. Oh, I probably won't even go into the deep desert for high-end crafting mats. I'll probably just buy them off other players. I'm not willing to risk. I have no idea. No idea how that's going to work. Could I have put a hatch up there? That could have been interesting. How did the hatches work, though? Alright, 1, 2, 3. 2. Alright, I'm gonna risk something here. We're gonna... Oh, that's badass. However, I don't think I can actually jump up high enough to get out that hatch. Carlos says, so this is a game that can be played a little more casually. I just wanted to know what there was to do if you did all the missions and built your base. Well, they have story DLC coming in the pipeline, Carlos. So, there's definitely, I think they've planned, I think there's 4 DLCs already in the bag, like already planned out and coming. That's part of the Ultimate Edition. When you purchase the Ultimate Edition, you get those pre-purchased. I know for me personally, I will never participate in guild versus guild activities or any of the PvP. So for me, the game sort of ends after I've done the story and I've built my base. Like, I have no reason to play it beyond that. So, when story DLC comes down, I'll probably do that. Correct. There will be PvE goals as a part of the Lands Rad, but that's really only going to be there for the people who like to do weeklies and dailies and that kind of stuff. I don't really get off on that kind of stuff because I play so many other games. I have no desire to go all in on Dune Awakening. Like, I'll definitely be playing the shit out of it. I don't do dailies and weeklies in Star Wars Republic. I don't do dailies and weeklies in Lord of the Rings Online. I've been playing those games since they launched. I have thousands of hours and like 20 plus characters in those games. I love those games. I play those games not all the time anymore. I duck in about once a year these days because I've already seen it all, but I don't play the weeklies and daily stuff because I play like 3 to 5 games every single month. Um, so you know, ain't got time for that shit. But it's great that it's there for the players who want to participate and go all in. Like some people love to do the dailies and weeklies in World of Warcraft and Star Wars Republic and stuff. So it's great that they provide activities for those types of players. Okay. I don't really think there's anything else I can build. Unless I want to do some funky... I wonder if this would allow me to climb. No, I can't place it though. I would probably need to put... I wonder if I could stack. No. In a perfect world, it would be cool if I could stack ottomans. Oh, I can almost grab the ledge. Nope. There's a ladder? I didn't know there was a ladder. Hold that thought. Miscellaneous. It's not in the decorations then. Placeables, not under placeables. Here's structural. Aha! There is indeed a ladder under the structural. Now, can it be joined to? Well, I think it is predicated on the hatch being open. Nice. Okay. Out here in a minute. Oh yeah, my little one-person base is around the corner. The one-room base is around the corner. I built this yesterday. Like this whole structure was built yesterday. Took us about 4 hours, I think. 3 or 4. It's part of the stream. It was 3 or 4 hours. You have to have pillars. So there's no defining. It doesn't tell you, and I don't know the math yet, Daniel Reinhardt. But when you're building, and if you're trying to build like structures and walls and things, it'll tell you like not enough support, and that just it's telling you that you've reached the limit of where you can build without some sort of something tying it back to the ground or to the rest of the structure in some way. So I very much had to build pillars when we were doing this yesterday. I have 4 pillars supporting the front. There's one there, there's one behind the stairs. Get out here a little bit. You'll see there's 4 pillars running up there. And that's because it requires the pillars for support. So you can't just build floating bases. No, almost built that in the wrong place. All right, so now I have some railing built all the way around here. If I wanted to, I could probably build more up here to fortify the hatch. I need more granite. Still. Oh yeah, and this isn't even the biggest you can build. The deeper into the deeper into the game. Hang on a second here. I'll open up the research panel here in a minute. I just need like 2 more pieces of granite. I need that granite block to just respawn quickly. I don't want to have to... There, I have enough. I do wish I could extend that ladder down to the ground, though. I don't like the fact that it's just hanging there. Feels really weird. Anyway, if you go into the research tab, probably under construction, there's tiers, right? So you start off with copper, then you do iron, then you get into steel, aluminum, duraluminum, plastinium. So each one of these represents a tier. Each one of these tiers requires a different cutter. Each one of these tiers allows you to build a bigger and bigger structure and to claim more land. And eventually, when you get into steel, you get the staking unit set, which allows you to expand your land claim. Yeah, just the deeper you get into the game, the bigger and bigger and bigger you can build things, and the more land you can claim. I don't know the limits. I don't know what the maximum sub-thief console size is, because I've purposefully avoided seeing all that stuff in beta because I didn't want to spoil it for myself. So this is as far as I've ever been. We probably could build some stairs underneath there or something. Don't know that I want to. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think it's going to look good. We could definitely take a look. Yeah, I don't know how it's not going to connect to the ladder though. It wants to connect to a piece of. I think I would have to do a half stair. Even that isn't quite going to work. Yeah, so what I would need to do here, let me go get some more granite. For the purposes of doing this, what you could do is you could put this here, and then you could go into wedge walls, and you could put that there, and put that there, and then put a half wall back here. Hang on, get out here. Just like so. And that gives you a box-like structure, which gets you up to the edge of that, but it just doesn't look good. So yeah, it's not an ideal scenario, but you know, we're playing around with things. You know what else they need is an undo function. Because there are moments when you could accidentally demolish one single piece and it destroys 15, 30, 40 pieces around it, and that might have taken you an hour and a half to put all together. So, yeah. It would be nice to have an undo option as well. Just in case. Does outer face interface have a purpose other than aesthetics? I don't think so. I think it's, just certain things look better. They look different from the inside versus outside. So this is cool because I can come out here on the rooftop now and make sure the starter car are moving along before I go do anything. What if I could take pot shots at those guys from the top of my roof? They're too far away. Come on. Shh, can I get to you? Can I pot shot you from my rooftop? Oh, I can. Hang on. I totally can. My house is shielded, bitch. Good luck. I'm not shielded, however. Oh no, I pewed myself in the face. That was awesome. Oh, that was great. That reminds me of like putting turrets up on your base in like Fallout 76, Fallout 4. Right, Spillalarm. That's what I was just saying was like Fallout 4, Fallout 76, putting turrets on your base and stuff. That would be cool if we could do that. I don't think you can though. Not that I've seen. That may be something that comes later on, but oh wow, some of the lights are showing through. That's interesting. They're illuminating through the building structure. Anyway, this is where one of those things, like, I couldn't build the ramp that I wanted to build here because the end of my claim is right there at that horizontal line. So I couldn't actually build the long ramp because it was extending past the line. So this is where it would be great to be able to extend your land claim so that you can build the, you know, what you want to build. Because right now I had to just work with the materials that I had because I couldn't build the long ramp. So as a result, I have this really funky, super steep short ramp going into my base. You might be able to, but because of the way I built that structure, there's probably not enough space, so it might not let me extend the ladder anymore because there's a floor piece there. Because if you look at the distance, it's not. I built domed roofs, so it's like a. If this makes sense, it's like a space and a half, and so the ladder is taking up one space, but then there's half a space between the bottom of the ladder and the floor, and that might not be enough space to do a ladder. So it might not be letting me place it because of that fact. Matter of fact, an easy solution without hopefully fucking anything up would be to go back and just destroy the floor module real quick. Take a peek if that solves that solution. Oh man, this thing needs a way better turn radius. I wonder if the better models have like better turn radiuses and stuff. I haven't worried about like the Mark II stuff. Matter of fact, I could probably do that. I probably could take the time to build a Mark II bike and just take it out for a test drive. Alright, let's test this theory really quick, and hopefully it doesn't fuck up my whole building when I do this. Fingers crossed. Alright. Oh, see, I'm at the floor. So... yeah, I can't connect to the bottom of that, so... hang on. There it went right there. Okay, hold this thought. I'm willing to bet it didn't let me do it because the floor was there. And I'm willing to bet I cannot place a floor back in here if the ladder is in place. So let's put the ladder there. So you could definitely connect ladders to each other. But I can no longer put a floor module here. I can connect a floor module to the bottom of that, but I can't do that. So, um, yeah, I don't like that at all because that leaves the whole bottom open. So, no thanks. You know, in a perfect world, I would be able to put like a block structure here. Um, like I said, they need to have like a half ladder. A half ladder would be a solution. Like, because that's the problem with it right now is we've built this so that it's on a domed rooftop. So if I had built a flat roof, see this line right here? That horizontal line, that's the top of the wall. And if I had built a flat roof, which follows the line all the way around the house, the ladder would connect to the floor because it would be dropped down like a meter, right? Or meter and a half, whatever that is. But because I have a domed roof that slopes up, it's not connecting to the floor because of that. So, correct, there are only 2 advanced trainers in the beta. Correct. Okay. I think my next thing to do, since I've done everything I wanted to do during the beta weekend, I think the only thing left to do is I think I'm going to go try to make the next tier of bike just to see what the Mark II bike is like compared to the Mark I bike. I think I can make the Mark II bike. I'm probably going to need to farm a shitload of resources though. I wonder if I've unlocked it. Nope, I have not. I don't have a Mark III engine, I don't think, but I do have, I got one of these, it's a specialty item. I don't think I can make it yet. Where's it at? I don't know where it's at. I do have a somewhere. It might be in my inventory or in a chest or something. I got a module, like a purple module, somewhere the other day. Question is where I stashed it. It was a Mark III booster. I have no idea where I put it though. No, that's the Mark II inventory. Oops. Yeah, I don't see it. Yeah, I could swear I got a Mark III drop the other day, but I don't know where it went. So, tis what tis. Now the question is, do I have enough iron to make this? So I need 3 treads. Let's start at the bottom. I need a hole. I need a chassis. PSU. An engine. I've already got a booster stashed, and then I need 3 treads. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I had just enough iron. Alright, well, I'm going to let that craft. I'm going to get another cup of coffee. Not a good color to wear on stream. The filter freaks out when I show large portions of this yellow shirt. All right. It has less, it really doesn't have anything to do with the movies. It has everything to do with the fact that they're working on one of the, so you can look at Lord of the Rings Online or Star Wars Republic as good examples of this because they are existing games that operate within an existing canon. But by doing things that are sort of like the fact that they are doing an alternative dimension, they're not bound by any of the rules from the games. So from the books, I'm sorry. The games are not bound by any of the creative decisions from the books. So they can do things completely different and no one can complain. Well, the movies did it this way, the book did it this way. Nah, they have complete creative freedom to break that third wall, so to speak, that fourth wall of, well, we have to do it the way the books did it. No, you don't. It's not an adaptation of, it's a alternate timeline of. So we don't have to worry about the Fremen. We don't have to worry about Paul Atreides or the prophecy or the twins or his sister. We don't have to worry about any of that stuff. We can do whatever we want while just keeping the setting and common themes like the Landsraad, the houses, the Atreides, the Harkonnens, all that stuff can still stay. And we can still have Paul Atreides as a narrator and showing up in spy streams and stuff. Because he's the one who's, we're in his alternate vision, which gives us a tie back to the novels for the people who are lore junkies and who need that. Oh, where's Paul Atreides? The books are all about Paul Atreides. Actually, the books are not all about Paul Atreides. If you've actually read the books, you would know they're not about Paul Atreides. Babylonia is right. People are still going to complain. People are already complaining. I've been banning 20, 30 people a day off my YouTube channel off the video comments over the last few days. Most of those people are people who just hate FUNCOM for some reason. I don't get it. It's the same type of people who hate Bethesda, or the same type of people who hate Ubisoft. Like, some people are like, this company sucks. Okay. I think the number one complaint I have seen from people about the game is people who don't understand. Oh, my backpack is full volume-wise. Give me a second. People who don't understand the hang on, my brain can't do two things at once, kids. Like, seriously, give me a second. I can't do inventory management and talk at the same time. My brain just goes, what? Something I have is taking up a ton of volume. Oh, I think it was the fuel cells. Let's drop this in here too. There we go. Okay, now I should be able to grab everything out of here. There we go. Dennis says someone told me they were infuriated about the game. Right? Life's too short to be infuriated by a video game. Exactly. Mark II booster? No, that's inventory. I'm gonna have to make the booster. The number one complaint I have seen is by people who have never read the books. And they don't understand the lore behind this right here. That right there. This. There are a lot of people who don't understand the lore behind the shields. And so they are making some ridiculous complaints about how, I don't like the melee combat in this game. The slow blade pierces the shield. That's fucking lame.
Why aren't there more melee combat animations? I want to be able to do hand-to-hand combat and be a monk class. Why can't I use all these different types of weapons and melee weapons? And why is there only a handful of melee animations? And I'm gonna bitch about things that I know nothing about because I have nothing better to do with my life than to bitch about things that I don't understand.
Because they've never read the books and they don't care to read the codex that explains why the shields are the way they are, why we can't use shields in the open desert. I mean, you can use shields in the open desert. I wouldn't recommend it. And why people use shields, why projectile weapons can't pierce shields, why fast attacks can't pierce shields, why you can't shoot laser guns and blasters. Why are there no laser guns and blasters in this world? Because it's science fiction. Um, that's the complaint that I've seen pop up more than any other complaint is people who don't understand the melee weapons and the shields and the fact that that's the lore of the books. Like that's that's the lore of the books, kids. Like you can't break the lore of the books. So um, that's really the only one I've seen that has been like, what? I better build this inside. I'm at nighttime and those stupid Sardaukar will come get me. Alright, now I need a boost pack, which I don't know that I have enough to make a boost pack. What do I need? Iron ingots, that's all I need? I need like 4 more iron ingots. Surely I've got enough. I do not. Oh, wait, what do I have in here? Oh, but I don't have enough. I gotta go. Well, that's easy. I'll be right back. We're gonna go get some iron ingots. There should be some iron ingots right around the corner, literally. Yep, there's some iron right there. In any case, really, those players who are complaining about the melee animations are the players who want every game to look like Assassin's Creed Shadows combat or Ghost of Tsushima combat, where you have like 50 different melee animations, and you've got a sword and a pike and daggers, and you got all these different, and every single weapon has its own unique combat animations and all other stuff, and it's like, no, not that type of game. Does the bike look a little different? It's hard to tell because I don't have any lighting in here. Oh yeah, it totally looks a little different. I need some lights in here so that I can actually see what shit looks like. Matter of fact, I know I've got glow tubes and stuff. Yeah, let's do the glow tube. I need scavenged metal, of which I don't have any. That's right, you can apply swatches too. Let me get some scavenged metal because I want to make that glow light really quick. I know there was some... Actually, you know what would be easier? Hold that thought. I'm an idiot. I have some right here. I don't know why it wasn't counting. Probably because it's a personal... Because I totally have a bunch of this, but it wasn't in my inventory, so it wasn't allowing me to make it straight from my inventory. How do these work? Do I have to equip this? I do. So, yeah, this is like a solid, maybe blue-gray, and this is like brown. Your base could absolutely degrade if you don't have shields, but you can store several weeks of shields, several weeks of fuel cells, and then also your base can withstand multiple storms even without shields. I don't know what the total... I don't think they've released that information yet. I don't think they've released that information to the public to tell us how many weeks you could go or how many days you could go without having a shield on your base before the storms destroy it. So I don't know the answer to those questions. All right, now we need to give this bike some gas. So, how do I specifically look at the stats to compare my two vehicles? So it doesn't actually tell me that I can see how much faster this bike goes compared to the first bike. But then yeah, I would need to, I guess it's, someone is saying you have to have the motor in your inventory to be able to see that, so. Customize, here we go. Variants, swatches. Oh, here we go. Hold on. Now how does this apply? Not quite sure how to get that to work. Ah, there we go. So that's the but the problem is it's not daytime, so it's hard for me to see what that looks like. So that's like the blue-gray. And this is like I think I'm gonna go with that brown, tan, and orange. Oh, I'll tell you one thing, it definitely handles a lot better than the first one. It feels like it handles a lot better and makes sharper turns. Definitely goes a lot faster. I like the look of it, man. The colors are cool, bro. This is a cool looking base right here. Knock, knock, motherfucker. Nope, you do not, Jay. Matter of fact, let me, that's a great question that I can spin out into its own YouTube video. Let me get into a safe place, and then I'm going to timestamp that, and we're going to talk about that a little bit. Oh my god, I'm just going to do this the easy way. Stash the bike. Alright. Cool. Alright. So this is a great question that Jay McCoy just asked over on YouTube that we will get answered for a YouTube video today. So playing in the PvE part of the game means I don't have to worry about other players at all? Are there no consequences if something happens with other players in the PvE section? Well, you can't impact other players in the PvE section. So we're all running around the world. There's 40 players on a siege. So the maximum amount of players you are ever going to interact with in any given siege situation is going to be potentially up to 39 other people that are on your siege. So when you're out running around in the game world, Haga Basin South, let me get my controller, all of these story zones that we're exploring. So starting with Haga Basin South down here, the Western Vermilius Gap, Eastern Vermilius Gap, all of these zones are PvE zones, aka it's the players versus the environment. So you are never going to impact another player, and they are never going to impact you. Your bases are safe, your stuff is safe. The exception to that are shipwrecks, which are clearly marked as green icons. The very first shipwreck you do is safe because it's the tutorial shipwreck, but after that, all shipwrecks are open PvP areas. You will be told when you reach a shipwreck, it will give you a big warning on your screen that says you are entering a PvP area. Outside of those limited PvP shipwrecks and the big opened deep desert at the end of the game, the player versus player is non-existent. So there is no impact on your gameplay, and you cannot impact another player. The exception to that would be, and I think someone mentioned this in chat, when you go into the Imperial testing stations, or if you are exploring one of the caves, if another person has come through and um, taken out the NPCs will not be there for you to kill. You will have to wait for them to respawn. The boxes of loot will still be there. Um, At least that's what I've seen. But you cannot, like you'll have to wait for the next wave of NPCs to spawn. So if you have a kill quest to kill 10 bandits and someone else just came through and killed the bandits, you would have to wait for the bandits to come back before you can then kill the bandits and get your quest credit. That would be the maximum effect another player can have on you and your enjoyment of the game in the totality of the Dune Awakening storyline. Um, that's how that works. So PvE is completely separate from the PvP side of things. So if you go into the shipwrecks, though, that's a different story because the shipwrecks are open PvP. So even if you go into a shipwreck with a group, and they showed this off, FUNCOM showed this off in their video on combat a couple weeks back. When you go into a shipwreck with a group, there is some there are limited PvP actions that can be taken if you're in a group with a player. Also, if you're in a guild with a player, there's a lot of limitations on PvP versus group mates and guild mates because they're assuming you're on the same side. So when you go into a shipwreck, you're accepting the risk and you're accepting the reward. Like you're taking the risk with the rewards. So the the PvP component in this game is 100% consensual, and that goes back to the laws of Canley, which are a book law related to why players can't attack. And they do explain that the first time you get to Anvil Base in the game, and you're talking to you're meeting the faction representatives for the first time, they have a cutscene where they explain the laws of Canley and why they are not attacking each other and killing each other on sight, even though they are from opposing factions, because they're in a safe zone, which is the trade hub, the Anvil Station, and then that pretty much affects the entire world. So you don't have to worry about other players at all. There's nothing that can happen with other players in the PvE section other than, like I mentioned, someone might have killed mobs just before you, and you just might have to wait 10, 15 minutes for mobs to respawn. The PvP Deep Desert map is completely different from the PvE side of the game. So that's completely different. The only other thing I would say too is that like your bases, everything is protected. So like my base, as an example, like um, the default permissions on your base, and I think I could just hit the door here if I'm not mistaken. The default permissions on your base are so that only people who are your associates can access it, which means no other player can do anything with your base. However, only if the shields are up. If you let your shields go down, like if you forget to put fuel cells in your generators and your shields come down, other players absolutely can come into your house and they can go into your storage containers and they can take your shit. But that's on you if you didn't keep your shields up. That's why it's very important to make sure that you're always keeping your generators running with plenty of fuel. So if you're anticipating that you're going to be going offline for a week or something, like you're going to go on vacation or you won't be able to play for a week, make sure you have stocked your fuel generators with enough fuel cells to keep things going. Because if you run out of juice and your shields go down, other players can come into your base and take your shit. So that would be the only instance of players being able to impact your gameplay in the PvE part of the world, and that's just because you forgot to do your shields. But you can stockpile, I think right now it's 3 weeks, like 20 or 21 days I don't think I have enough. Let's see how high I can get. I'm up to yeah. It's almost capped out. I'm at 19 days, 15 hours, and it's almost capped out. So it looks like it's probably 20 days. So like 3 weeks. You can put enough fuel in the. Looks like it'll be 500 fuel cells
Sector
probably.
weather alert. A large
Um,
sandstorm is approaching.
by the way, speaking of sandstorms, that's the other reason you don't want to let your shields go down, and also never leave your vehicles out, because your vehicles can get destroyed by sandstorms. But that's the other thing too. Your vehicle is protected. Um, if I go to the manage vehicle, you can go to the permissions. Permissions list is only you can affect your vehicle, but you can give friends access to your vehicle. Like I could add Bubbleonia. I could give Bubbleonia access to my vehicle, but random players can't touch your vehicle. So your vehicles can never get stolen. They can never get destroyed by other players. They can get destroyed by the sandstorms though. So it's very important that you either have your vehicle parked inside, or you're using the vehicle tool, um, the vehicle backup tool to spawn and despawn. So like I will despawn my vehicles as soon as I am going off on an adventure, and I put it in my tool. That way, I don't have to
Sector
worry about my
weather alert.
vehicles
A
accidentally
large
getting destroyed.
sandstorm is approaching.
Um, so yeah, you don't have to worry about other players at all. In terms of your enjoyment of the game, there's no consequences because you can't impact their enjoyment. We were actually in a dungeon earlier today during the stream, and a shielded guy came running down the corridor, and I thought it was we were in one of the Imperial testing stations, which are the PvE dungeons, and they were charging at me, and I thought it was a shielded mob, so I like laid down like 3 clips, and I thought the mob was bugged because he wasn't taking any and his shields weren't going down, and then I realized, oh, that's another player, because name tags are turned off by default, and also when you have your weapons drawn, there's no tooltip on other players. If you want the tooltip to pop up with another player, you have to have your weapon sheathed. Laws of Canley. Once your weapon is sheathed, you then get a tooltip when you hover over another player. But if your weapon is drawn, you don't see a name tag, and you don't. So it's like, is this another player? Is this an NPC? I'm like loading 3 clips into the guy before I realize, oh, his shields aren't coming down. It's not a bug. That's another player. Oops. So,
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm
yeah.
is approaching.
No, there's no PvP anywhere in the game, Falcons, other than consensually designated areas. Shipwrecks, deep desert. That's where the spice blows are happening, is the deep desert. So, like the big spice blows and everything else. So, yeah, PvP in this game is a separate. Like, I had someone trying to argue with me this morning on a YouTube video who's like, it's not true that you can solo this game because there are quests that send you into PvP areas. And I was like, no, there's not. There are contracts that send you into PvP areas, but there are no quests related to the story of the game that send you into PvP areas. The quests of the story game, the story campaign of this game is 100% solo, 100% PvE, single player RPG. There's a survival component and a crafting component. That's the game I'm playing. There are contracts you can take at the trade stations that are not part of the story of the game. Those are separate fetch quests, random things. They are stories, but they're not part of the campaign of the game. Those contracts can lead you into PvP areas, but they are clearly marked as such. And so you make a decision as to whether or not you take those quests or don't take those quests. Same thing with the lands rad in the end game. There are PvP missions that the land rad gives out, and then there's PvE missions that the lands rad gives out. So it's always going to be a consensual PvP situation. You are never forced to do PvP if you don't want to. Other players will never impact your enjoyment unless you want them to impact your enjoyment. And you cannot impact another player in any way, shape, or form unless they've forgotten to keep the shields running at their base, in which case, amen, that's fair game. That's fair game at that point. Anyway, that'll be a good YouTube video to clip out. So for those of you watching after the fact, like, subscribe, hit the bell icon so you never miss an update. Daily streams at 5 a.m. Central on YouTube and Twitch. There's a ton of guides in the playlist down below for Dune Awakening. And I've got like 8,000 videos on the channel because I play a lot of video games. So check them all out. See you, Reinhardt. Like Durbrom is saying too, PvP in this game is not that big of a deal because there's only 40 players per map. Not even per map, for 40 players per siege, which is your local server. Now the Deep Desert has hundreds of players. I think they may have even said thousands of players. I honestly haven't. Don't quote me on that because I have not paid attention to the PvP talk from Joel and the team because I don't care about PvP. So that's an area of the game that I'm not very knowledgeable about. But I do know they've said hundreds, if not thousands, of players can play in the Deep Desert. I'm pretty sure they said the other day that the Deep Desert is 10 times the size of the Haga Basin, which, if I'm not mistaken, the entirety of this is the Haga Basin. Like, all of this makes up the Haga Basin. Haga Basin South, the Haga Rift, like this is all the Haga, like this whole map that we would explore here is part of the Haga Basin, and it's broken up into these zones, and they have said that the Deep Desert, I believe, is like the Haga Basin is 10% of the Deep Desert, like the size of, so the Deep Desert is much bigger. Much bigger. Yes, the Deep Desert is shared by all the sieges in a world. Correct, Grimeye. So, that's when you get to hundreds, if not thousands, of players all coming together in that same space for massive, constant war, PvP, guild versus guild. But again, and I think they just said too that there is a section of the Deep Desert that is PvE only, and that's where they're allowing places to set up bases and things of that nature so that they are sort of like staging areas before you go out into the Deep Desert. Um, um, are player guilds across sieges? No. Player guilds are siege only, as far as I'm aware. Oops, that's my old bike. Oh yeah, I love the colors on this new bike. Yeah, those swatches look nice, man. Big fan of that. No, beta progress does not carry over. It is 100% wiped as soon as they wrap up the servers later this afternoon. Yeah, this is not an early access head start beta. Wormstein! Well, I don't think there's anything else that I really need to do in the beta. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I've still got left that I could do or potentially go work on. I think I've done all of the journeys that I'm capable of doing. We can't get to any of the other locations because they're too far out. I've done all the Imperial testing stations. I've built my second set of gear. I have built my second set. I think the only thing I haven't done... Let me turn around and see if I can even do this. I haven't made a set of tier 2 combat gear. I do have my tier 2 still suit. Let's just go take a peek, see if I got the resources, and if I don't, let's go get the resources and make my tier 2 set of combat gear just so that I can have it. I don't do shipwrecks, so no, I'm not going to visit the ships because I have no desire to do PvP. What's the scout set need? Yeah, scout set. I would need a lot more iron and a lot more plasteel microflora fiber. So hang on, what do I need here? I need 7, 13, 17. I need 20 plasteel microflora fibers. I'm going to go buy those for the merchant. Plasteel microflora fiber. I need 20 of those. I can go buy those from the merchant. I don't care about the heavy gear. I'll just make the scout gear. Oh no, hang on, that's not right. I need more than that. Let me recount that. I forgot about the chat. There's 7, 13, 17, 20. I need 24. My bad. It's 24. Oh, I need to grab my Solari because I'm going to need a lot of moolah. And let's stash that. All right. Okay. Yeah, I've got like 75,000 Solari stashed up. Like, I have no problems going and buying the things I need from the NPC vendor. Like, I'm just proving the point that I was making earlier. Like, you don't have to participate in PvP. It's entirely optional. Like, even all of the crafting materials that you need. Golam, thanks for the sub over on Twitch. Appreciate the support. Welcome aboard. Like, you don't ever have to do PvP if you don't want to, and all the materials you want can either be purchased off of vendors or you can get them from the brokers. Buying from other players. I will occasionally revisit games. Like, I've done 2 playthroughs of Starfield, I did 2 playthroughs of Dragon Age Veilguard, I did 2 playthroughs of Avowed, but normally it just depends on the schedule, because I always prioritize new releases. Always. The exception, I made an exception for Oblivion Remastered, because it got me really good traffic. So it would have been really stupid of me to not play Oblivion Remastered. It was a Game Pass release, which means it was included in my monthly sub to Game Pass Ultimate. And I've probably made $1,000 off of the videos and streams that I've done around Oblivion Remastered. So it made it. That definitely paid my bills, you know. But generally speaking, I focus on new releases. I will only drop back and replay something if I have a space in between a new release. I just released another Oblivion video last night, and I've got an Ultimate Beginner's Guide that I'm working on right now. So yeah, probably another 2 to 3, probably not many more than that, 2 to 3 more videos coming out for Oblivion Remastered.
Still alive.
And then this
What's too
afternoon,
bad?
I'll be wrapping up.
We had a
I don't know if I'll wrap it up today, but we're going to get back into Days Gone Remastered today, because I want to wrap that up over the next couple of days, because we start the Star Wars Outlaws DLC on Thursday, and Dune the Dark Ages on Thursday. I think it's Thursday is the 15th. Hang on, I'm checking my calendar. I don't even know what the date is today. Today is the 12th. Yeah, Thursday, we're going to be starting the Star Wars Outlaws DLC and Doom the Dark Ages. So I have this afternoon, Tuesday and Wednesday to wrap up my Days Gone Remaster playthrough and then be prepped and ready to go for the Star Wars Outlaws DLC and Doom the Dark Ages. And then that'll carry me through until the launch of Tainted Grail, the Mists of Avalon, or whatever it's called, which is on the Friday the 23rd. And then that leads me into June. June, we've got Dune Awakening. I'll be starting Head Start Access on the 5th, and I'll play Dune Awakening until the 13th, which is when the Altar starts, and then I'll switch over and play the Altars, and then I'll play the Altars up until the launch of Death Stranding 2, which is, I think I'm going to start early access for that game, which will probably be like the 24th or something. Or 25th, I forget. And then Tales of the Shire drops on the 29th. So June, I've got 4 launches happening in June. June is going to be super, super busy for me. And then July, I don't know of anything else that's going to happen in July. There was something happening in the middle of July. Oh, Destiny 2 has a new big expansion and a like completely revamped version of the game dropping on July 15th. So if I don't have any other new releases in July, I'll end up playing like Death Stranding 2 and Tales of the Shire through the first 2 weeks of July into the Destiny 2 drop, and then we might drop back and go play Destiny 2, which I haven't touched in like 4 or 5 years, and do that for a few weeks. And then August, I don't know what's happening in August. There's something in August that I want to play. Then there's Borderlands 4 in September, and then Ghost of Yotai is in October. And there's a whole bunch of stuff that doesn't have release dates yet that I want to play, so. And in the background, I'll be playing this game. But I'm only going to main this game from the 5th of June until the 13th of June, because that's when the altar starts. So then I'll just be playing Dune Awakening in the background. In between other releases, I will drop back into this game and work on my base building and all that other stuff until I finish this up. But I would assume this is going to give me 6 months of content minimum with Dune Awakening. Golam asks, is there a benefit to guilds or building guild houses? Yes, absolutely. One big benefit to guilds is that you share resources and you share crafting stations. So you can build a guild house where everybody gets to use the crafting stations and everyone contributes to the storage chests. And then as far as PvP goes, there's a big benefit to being in guilds for the open deep desert at the end of the game, because that's where you're going to be competing for the best spice resources and everything else. All right, plasteel microfiber. I will not be running a guild. Nope. Plasteel microfiber flora. I will be making my server selection and seat selection public, and players who want to occasionally get together for co-op content are welcome to do so. I will not be running a guild, though. I don't have the time or the energy or the desire to micromanage people or anything else related to that. I don't get paid enough to manage people. Plasteel microflora fiber. That's it. And I need to buy 25 of the 24 of them. But let's just buy. Fuck it. Can I just buy the max? I've got the credits. Let's do it. I think some people get paid enough. Like if I was soda popping and I had 30,000. Oh shit! Hang on. I totally tried to pause the game. Yeah, my reflex was pause, run. There was a cat fight. I had to run outside. Chris came home. She'd gone to the grocery store and she'd opened up the back door, and Blanca just like ran inside, right into the middle of Frodo and Smeagol, and they just attacked her. So. Yeah, setting. Is there a sandstorm? I was AFK. Oh shit, there's totally a sandstorm coming. I was like, I just heard the. Oh, maybe I'm not maybe I'm mistaken. That's not a sandstorm. That's just the fog pour. Okay. Um. Yeah, setting up permissions on doors is so cool. I just crashed against another player. Yeah, everything's okay. It's just I heard a cat fight, and so I ran, not knowing what had happened, and it was because Chris got home, opened up the back door to go check on the ducks, and Blanca ran into the house right into Smeagol and Frodo, and they attacked her. So thanks, Jay. Appreciate it. It's never pleasant. Oh, I need to pay attention. I need iron ingots too, so let's grab any iron we see on the way back. I should have enough to make all the ingots I need at this point. I gotta say, it's so low key, like super cool feeling to like run in and see an extra bike sitting here and be like, that's right. I worked my ass up to get to that point, kids. Quality of life progression is legit. All right, now I gotta just make a crap load of iron ore here. So let's check this out. I should have everything I need. Dude, I need to move that bike though. It's like right in the way. Parallel park this bitch inside. Ah, it's not quite parallel to the wall. How's that look? Does that look good? I think I can live with that. Yes, there is a maximum amount. So in your inventory, you have two things you have to worry about. Inventory space, which is 35, and inventory volume, which is 175. Think of volume as weight. So you can have a maximum of 35 things or a maximum of 175 volume. Could be two things that take up 175 volume. Could be 20 things that take up 175 volume. But once you hit your volume limit or your cap, you can no longer carry anymore. So there's definitely a limit. But that's why you have like inventory modules for your vehicles, bigger storage chests. Like someone was asking earlier, like, well, I don't have any storage space. That's because you're not making storage containers. You start off being able to make these, which are 10 slot storage containers out of salvaged metal. You can then make iron storage chests, which have 20 slots. It's double the space. The next tier gives you even more. The tier after that gives you even more. So you definitely need to be taking advantage of the things that you can craft in your home base. Because that's where you're going to be putting all your stuff in between missions. Alright, I've sorted this by tier. I want to make this scout gear. I think. Light, large. What's the difference between... Ah, that's what it is. So the scout gear actually still has some heat protection on it. The heavy gear gets rid of heat protection entirely in favor of lots of like mitigation. By the way, I think I figured out what that V stands for. The 1V, 2V, etc. on the pieces of gear. I think that relates to the volume that those things take up. If I had to guess. Anyway, this is a good decision. Probably the better choice here, since I'm a solo player, the better decision for me would be to make a set of heavy gear, which has the best defense and mitigation on it, but no heat protection. Ride to the dungeon in my still suit, switch to my damage set at the entrance of the dungeon, and then go in. That's one option. The other option would be to not worry about the still suit at all and ride out there to the dungeon in your scout gear and just carry a leader john. Probably what I'm going to do is I'm going to craft the heavy jerkin, and I'm going to craft the heavy set and just take a leader john with me, and make sure the leader john is filled with water, because you always end up finding water inside of the dungeons too. Yes, your armor definitely can break. Everything takes damage. You have a repair station here. This is where you repair stuff. It requires materials to repair. And you can never repair something 100%. It always loses some of its totality. It loses some of its total stats, protection. It degrades every time you repair. Hang on, I gotta listen to this voicemail. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna take a bio while this is harvesting, processing, and then I'll come back and we'll craft the gear. Anyway, everything breaks. Yeah, I got sidetracked because Chris bought me some V8, so I had to get some ice and slurp, slurp, slurp. All right, let's make a set of heavy gear. So, head wrap, heavy gauntlet, heavy pants, heavy boots, and heavy jerkin. Nope, nope, nope. Hang on, hang on. Stop. Pause, pause, pause. I hate it when you accidentally select. How do I cancel? There we go. It's very specific and you have to pay attention because if you misclick like I just did, you start accidentally making too many things. All right, so I made the head, the gloves, the pants. Let's add the boots. And let's add the jerkin. And then resume. Yeah, sometime, I think midnight their time and like 3 p.m. my time, so I don't know. They've got it up on their website. You're welcome, Z-Ray. Okay. That set of gear looks ridiculous, but very potent. Now, however, can I make any of these additional iron weapons? I have the disruptor. Why don't I go ahead and make another? Excuse me. What am I missing? Mechanical. I need one more mechanical part. I bet I can break something down. I probably don't need it, but I wouldn't mind having it. Nah, I don't have anything I can break down. Unless I wanted to break down that first set of gear.
and then we're getting close to being up on a year. So whenever it's been a full year that we moved in, we can do like a.
All right. I probably don't need that at the moment. I don't need. Yeah, I'll hold on to that. Medium blood sac. Medium blood sac. Good there. Let's stash that. I don't need that small vehicle cell. Granite. That. Stash the construction tool. I'm not going to need that. Let's see here. I do have the sword, which I would rather take than the knife that I have. Well, the only thing I could potentially make would be a new weapon. I'm not going to. We're gonna go test out this new. We got a Imperial testing station right around the corner. Let's go test out this new gear and see what this feels like, comparatively speaking. Oh, I should take a drink of water before we go, just so we're full up. Oh yeah, Harkonnens are here. Great. I wonder if there's definitely a bad guy right there. There's one over here too. That's right, bitch. Alright. Oh, I forgot about my shields. But notice how little damage I'm taking? This armor is such a huge difference. Okay, that big difference in the armor. Holy crap, like I would have been dead. I would have been dead in my still suit. Like, that was well worth the upgrade. Hell yeah. Alright, cool. Oh, I should probably loot for it. Did I bring... I did not. I definitely need to loot for the metal pieces for darts and stuff.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I gotta get inside. Come on, get over there.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I'm aware. Cool. Well, I'm very impressed with the just the feel of the armor versus when I wasn't wearing anything. Because every time I've done the Imperial testing stations to date, I've just been wearing a still suit, and I was getting shredded and going through like so many bandages.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, he blocked me. God, that feels so much better now that I have this armor. I poisoned myself, though. God, those poison darts are deadly, man. Well, I feel much more powerful now that I have, holy crap, though. Look how fast I'm chugging water. That's different. I don't think I have any water in my leader John either. I might not want to spend too much time down in here. I just wanted to test out the new, what did it feel like? And so far, I love the feel of the new armor. Oh, I've got that stupid combat bug again. Alright, well, I don't really need to do a full clear of this place because I've already cleared the dungeon. I just wanted to see what the new armor felt like, and it feels glorious. Oh, I better wait till I'm all the way out of here before I... trigger this. Do we still have a sandstorm going on up above? Nah, we're good. I also noticed you can't run as fast in the in this heavy armor. That's interesting. So it's definitely a conscious decision. To be honest with you, I feel like I would be better served by traveling to a dungeon in my still suit. Although, as long as I had a full leader John, I think I would be okay. The problem is I went without a leader John. You just have to be properly prepared. Oops. Because I sucked down a ton of water with this suit because I have there's zero water protection or heat protection. Plus the still suits just look way cooler. But it's good to have backup gear for when things get gnarly out in the great desert. Cool. Well, I'll tell you what, guys. I've accomplished everything that I needed to in the beta weekend. The servers are still up for like another, I think like another 10, 11, 30, 10, like 5.5, 6 hours, something like that. The servers are still up, so some people are going to keep playing. I'm going to wrap up my stream here, though, and go record my final thoughts video on the beta weekend and get that out on YouTube. I've crafted all the gear I can make. I've completed all the quests that are available in the beta. I've done all the tier 2 stuff. I built 2 different bases. We logged... I'm going to tell you how much we logged really quick. In terms of how many hours we logged. We did 8 hours the first day, then 5 hours. It's 13, 14, 15, 19... No, 15, 16, 17, 20, 21, 22. We're at 27 hours right now, 27 hours into the beta. So I think they said 20 to 25 hours. I definitely got more than that out of it, but that's mostly because I was exploring and building that second base. If I hadn't have built the second base, we would have been in the 20 to 25 hour range. So good stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna go away, record my final thoughts video. I've got some more Dune Awakening content coming out over the next couple of days, so stay tuned for that. I should be back this afternoon with a Days Gone remaster stream because we're getting really close to the end of that game, and I want to get it wrapped up because we've got to get into the Star Wars DLC, Star Wars Outlaws DLC, and Doom: The Dark Ages on Thursday. So unless something happens, I should have a second stream this afternoon. Actually, honestly, we still have. I think there's a new episode of The Walking Dead that I got to watch with Chris and get reviewed. So that'll happen at some point this afternoon as well. So stay tuned for all those things. Thanks for hanging out this weekend while we streamed the beta. I will be playing this at launch. I'll be starting with Head Start Access on the 5th of June. So if you happen to miss any coverage of what's happening right now, don't stress. I'll be back again in about a month playing more Dune Awakening. And full disclosure, if you guys decide you want to pre-order, there is an affiliate link down below to an Xsola page where I get a commission for every sale. Shout out to FUNCOM for that. So if you guys decide that you want to pre-order and you want to do it through my affiliate link, I do get a kickback from that. So thanks to those of you who have and do. Apart from that, stay tuned. I'll have more videos coming out. Like I said, I'm going to go record my final thoughts video right now. That'll be up on YouTube in the next 30 minutes. So check that out, and then I'll catch everybody this afternoon for the next stream. Peace.